Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover tutorial. My name is Sakimi-chan, and for this term's voiceover, I'm gonna be painting Captain Hosho Marine, another Hololive VTuber. She's from the Japanese branch, so she's pretty spicy, and I thought it'd be fun to paint her. Um, I have, I had another kind of design for her, but it's a bit too spicy, so I'm gonna keep it as clean as I can for this version, and if I have time I can kind of try to do the original design that I had in mind. But yes, as you can see, got the background already kind of collaged together using photo stock. So got the chair. This was originally another idea, but I decided it would look better with a red chair. And we got some filters, color lookup, brightness, contrast, and then this is the original photo that I think this was Adobe stock image. Yes, that's right. This is a Adobe stock image that I've already purchased in the past, so I thought I'd use it because her color theme is red, and I think this background will look good because it's got some nice details and some red themed wallpaper, which I think would suit her quite well. So let me go ahead and pop that back, and as you can see, I have chopped all the, well, I wouldn't say chop, but I blocked in all the different elements of the character onto separate layers, just so I can edit very easily if I need to. And as you can see, I labeled them. I started labeling my layers because it's just easier for me to remember, and also I'm trying to make an effort to be more organized. In the past I don't really do that, but now I'm like, I save some time doing labeling my layers. And she does have a pirate hat, which I will be adding it in later on. So yeah, let's get started. I also did a cleaner version of the sketch. I actually did it 3 times. So first time was super rough, second time slightly cleaner, and this time is the cleanest that I think I should be going, because at the end I'm probably gonna ditch these lines anyways. So yeah, let's get started. So she is wearing a mesh, but I think I'm going to paint her without the mesh on the chest. Actually, should I? I won't, because I will be doing that later on in a separate layer. But I will be painting the mesh on the abdomen. So right now I'm just color blocking using airbrush and very, very dull colors. And also I'm not going to be super careful about it. All I want is to get stuff. Actually, you know what? I should be using her official color palette. Maybe it will help. So what I'm gonna do is plop the reference right beside, so it's easier to color drop and whatnot. So mainly for the outfit color, so that I can get it as close as I can to her original color. And then we have her top. Actually, originally this was a corset, but then I changed my mind. I I still kind of want to do it, but if I have time, I can do another variant. But yes, let's go ahead and do rough shadow because it's already there, so might as well. And I'm gonna be using the color palette provided by the official art for her VTuber avatar there. So I can get it as close as I can. I might change it up a bit, but for now this should be it. This is the skin tone. And I'm still not sure if I will be going for a anime or a more realistic face yet. So we will have to see about that as well. Well, my sketch is anime inspired, but sometimes while I work on it, it just doesn't turn out the way I want it to. You know how sometimes you have a specific look in mind, but you cannot achieve it, and you gotta go with the next best result. Or actually, there's been a few times where I had to change the direction completely because I just couldn't make it work. But it happens a lot, like in the recent Naruto series. Yeah, I mean, I had a specific look in mind for a few of the pieces, but it just didn't turn out that way. But anyways, I think I will have to make this part lighter. But yeah, I'm using the airbrush to just shade it pretty basically and softly. Then I will go in to sharpen it up, but it is not time for that. I'm trying to see actually if I can use the lines a bit more, but I'm so used to kind of making everything refined that it's kind of putting me off somewhat. I'm so used to doing solid colors and a refined that doing sketchier or rougher art just makes me question if it's good enough or not, you know, because I'm so used to it. So I'm just isolating parts of it and darkening it up because just to add a bit more variety and also more importantly volume. Now time for down here as well. I'm also going to include some drop down shadow from the clothing. All of them, I will be selecting them. Maybe a little here and here. Selecting those areas where I think there will be shade. Darken, go up here to the chest area. I'm gonna go with skin tone first, and then later on I will be making this area dark just as in her official color scheme. Let me see. Add a bit of shadow, and then quickly I will be outlining the ruffles, the ruffle neck part. Very, very simplistic. Outline of the actually, should I feel like I should probably have it on a separate layer of her neck scarf. And then of course you got the jewel. I'm gonna go ahead and select that color, the gold color that's been there, and then she's got a turquoise gem here, some basic colors, and I can pretty much, actually, let's go ahead go ahead and put this whole part in shadow. Go over here and do a shadow for the head. So let's kind of imagine it. Probably like this. And then darken. And gonna clean up the cleavage a bit. Let's see here. I'm just gonna be using the shadow that I've already got on her legs and bring it up onto the cleavage area. Maybe I will do a seam here. Oh, should be black though. And then there's golden trim around the lapels of her top. Just gonna go ahead and line that. Not too detailed. Let's go to the arms layer. So I did put the arms on a separate layer just to make it easier to edit. If I need to edit or change positions, it will be a lot easier to do so. Okay, I might have to clean up some of these areas. I have different elements on different layers, so sometimes I have to make sure that it is properly blocking in what it's supposed to and not impeding on other areas. So I'm gonna kind of contour her arm with like a sheer glove design here. And then we have the inside of the jacket, which is red. So let's go ahead, select the color. I'm just gonna use the color. I mean, I could do this manually, but sometimes it's easier to just go ahead and select the original color tone just to speed things up, and then afterwards when I start shading it out, which will be quite different from the original, then I will kind of play around with the color. But just to block in stuff, I started recently to like to just use the original color palette. And I got the black sleeves. Okay, and I believe her other sleeve here is actually red. And of course, gonna go ahead and add a bit of highlight to the sleeve. And we're gonna focus the lighting towards the top. So I'm painting with that in mind. Highlights on top, shadow towards the bottom. And this also has a trim. I have to find her exact character sheet. Okay, the trim is towards the top. Like this, I'll do that for now. There's a bit more detail going on with the trim, but I will add that later on. Right now, I'm just gonna try to block in as much stuff as I can. Let's add a bit of highlight on this ripple here, and then have the sleeve kind of mostly in the dark. Let's go ahead and darken that. And then we have the drape of the jacket, captain's coat. Might have to add a bit of highlight like this, and I'm gonna try to highlight it in a way that it contours the seat. Where the seat is dipping, I'm gonna try to add the shadow there and stuff. And this one, not too much detail going on actually. Actually, I have to add the red cuff, and inside is also red, I think. And then we have the ruffles, and then the rim. So for here, I'm guessing there's gonna be highlight on that area. That's should be okay. Maybe some shadow, some highlight here. And then the coat lapels, I have it on a separate layer. Let me go ahead and grab the reference again. And it's red with golden trims. That should be okay for now. I'm gonna go ahead and add a bit of shadow there. And then shade it. So keeping the highlight towards the upper area of the lapels. And then have the shadow cascade down. And even after that, I can add a bit more highlight too, just to emphasize the positioning of the highlight. Because right now it's not looking too... It doesn't stand out a lot. But that just means I have to make the contrast a little more intense. Like that. Now, onto the face. Honestly, the face, I would say, is the challenge. Because now this is where I struggle with the style, the anime style. I don't know if I want to go with the anime style or not. Let's go ahead and do a little highlight there. This is what I see with better anime artists. They have this lighting here. I'm just trying to kind of replicate that, and you know what, this might end up into a more semi-realistic face later on, but for now, I'm just gonna use this as a base. Let's see. Actually, I think it was highlight here. Yeah, I might make this into a semi-realistic. I try to keep the anime look as much as I can, but we will see. Now onto the hair. Pigtails, and then the decor. I'll add the details a little later. So this is what we have. I'm gonna add all the other stuff of her outfit later on. Okay, so I have a pretty general blocking done. I can go ahead and start being a little more detailed. Let me go ahead. Separate the steps layer. Step folder. Okay. I need more reference. Okay. Let's go with that. So for the hair, let's start off with a bit more contrast. So let's go with this. Let's make that part lighter. Inverse. Darken the rest, make it a little more intense. And as you can see here, for her design, they actually put a bit of the skin tone as a gradient on the hair, which is a pretty, it's a style that I see quite a lot in some anime style, and I quite like myself, so gonna go ahead and do that. And after that, I'm just going to actually, should I keep the lines? Let's remove the lines slowly. Let's go ahead and start by, actually I'm gonna go ahead and select the highlight color and put it at the bottom area. The face shape is not too great. I might have to fix that too. Mine is more circle-ish, and hers is a bit more squished at the sides, so might have to change that also. Also the eyes area. Let me add the shadow on this side. Highlight here. Maybe I should go with add a bit more semi-realism in here. Let me go ahead, add a bit more volume to her face. So this would be what I consider adding a bit of semi-realism. Add some highlights here. And I'm gonna take this color and use it as a highlight. And then work on the eyes. So I'm starting off with the face this time. I'm gonna try to get it to a good-ish point and then work on the body. Add some more eyelashes. So for the eyes, it's gonna be a bit of work to them because especially for anime eyes, I feel like for my style, I have to do quite a bit of rendering. But I'm just gonna show you guys the rough process of it, because usually I don't record the whole thing. It's just way too much steps. It's a lot of working on it and then paint over it and then use that paint over, put it on 50% opacity and then paint over again and repeat until it has the look that I'm going for. That's how I get the anime eye look for my style. So let's see. Also, I'm trying not to add a tear duct for more anime style eyes. Her eyes is slanted a bit more. Also, the color palette right now for the face is not ideal. It needs more pink. Don't know where, but more pink and then a bit of gray as well. Put it on top. Just adding some off colors that is not, you know, the typical skin tone color in there, just to break up the warmness of the whole area. Let's go ahead and wonder if I need to. Nope. I was wondering if I need to bring down the teeth or not, but looks better like that. And let me just test out the shadow here of the nose. Need to also imply a bit of shadow from the hair onto the face, which you guys probably see me do this a lot. It just adds a bit of extra detail to make it look that much more realistic. Not saying that it is completely realistic, because I feel it's safe to say that I don't claim my art is realistic because of a lot of I guess I just got into the habit of thinking that, because if I say it's realism, then I'll get a lot of disagreement on it, which I did towards the start of my, I guess when I started to draw more semi-realism, so I got in the habit of just saying my art is semi-realism, you know. I aim to shading in more realistic style, but I don't claim it's reality because I cannot make reality look interesting, but I have more fun trying to take realistic elements and then putting a fantasy spin on it. I think that's safe to say. So I'm just shading the face, trying to make it add more shading, and then trying to also maintain the anime style, which, don't worry, still is kind of not anime enough and not semi-realism enough. Gonna have to keep working on it, but I think this is a good progress, and I think the color of the face is still needs some work. I'm going to try to see if I can play around with it a bit. So it is a little yellow, so I can tone the yellow down a little. And play around with the setting. That's too yellow. This is yeah, let's go with this. So as you can see, I already kind of changed the skin tone a bit from the official art, because I felt like it didn't really match the style I was going for. Also, I just feel like my art definitely, let's just say it's a struggle for me to paint anime style. Definitely is. I'm just not used to it, so I'm gonna go ahead and auto contrast this. I want to see what Photoshop thinks, what the optimal contrast is, and it was way too bright, so I undid that and I'm gonna manually, maybe I need to make it bright and put this on color. That's a little too bright, too colorful, I mean. Tone it down. Okay, let's use that. Alright, so I got the face kind of shaded. Onto the rest of the character, I'm gonna take this off real quick. And let's work on the chest. So now that we have somewhat of a color palette established based on the face, I can now use that color and put it towards the rest of her body. And that's how I usually do it. Once I work on one part, I just use that color palette throughout the whole character. Okay, that did not look too great. Let me go ahead, add a bit of redder tone. And then as for the lapels, I want to use a bit of yellow tone and just have it as gradient toward the bottom area. I'm gonna select the outer edge and use the airbrush to blend that in. Same with here. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead. Actually, should I? I want to see if I need to add just a little bit of shadow here. For the purpose of highlighting for the purpose of showing that her chest is like squeezed so much that it's got a protrusion, thus casting some shadow on the lapel. At least that's what how I'm thinking. But only way to tell if it will work out is just by testing it out. And also have some protrusion here of the chest. And here too, I'm just going to add the shadow of the skin down. I think this needs more pink. And then go ahead and add the line. I'm going to, there's the line art, lower that a bit more. I'm just going to blend that in a bit. Still, this is not done. I gotta soften this out. I'm gonna go ahead and line it better. Same with here, cleaning it up. And I'm keeping the lining kind of dark for now. I'm gonna be adding the highlights on the gold trimming. I guess I've been calling it lining, but I will be adding the highlight later, which I find is the easier way of doing it. Okay, now onto the top. So I am a big fan of clothes that is way too tight on the chest. So we're going to be putting a lot of folds, especially near the stress points of the outfit, which is usually where the button is. Let's go ahead and kind of roughly shade it in. Still kind of rough. I'm gonna be blending it out later. Trying to see if I should. If I should add a bit more shadow on one side or not. Let's go ahead and use the lasso tool. Darken that up. Add a bit more red. Her top is not as bright, I mean saturated, colorful compared to her coat lapels. Go ahead and add the gold trimmings. Definitely needs work. I'm gonna go ahead and flip it so we can see what needs more work. Blend this out a little. I'm gonna test out something. I'm gonna leave. No, actually, let's put this whole part in shadow like this. And then have the side use shadow as well. So this is shaded a little bit differently. The reason being, I'm kind of shading it kind of like a t-shirt. So with t-shirts, usually you see this sort of shading. I'm gonna go ahead and use this because I kind of like how it's going, and then I'm going to gradually edit it maybe into what I had before, but let's go with this as a base and then I will re-edit that later. So after I do the base, I'm going to go ahead and where's the reference? Okay, here it is. Add the details and whatnot, and then wait, I'm gonna layer. Does she have trimmings? Yes, she does. Add the gold trimmings. And we definitely need a highlight towards the bottom. So let's go with a cool tone towards the bottom area. Let's go with this. Okay. We'll go with this for now. Let's go ahead and add some more little wrinkles near the chest area. A lot of wrinkles to show that stress points. Lots of stress points. Also using the lasso tool to help me keep this area clean while I blend it out. Line this a bit more. I might have to edit this a little, so gotta bring this over a little bit. Shape, make sure the shape is better. Actually, I might have to add a bit more shadow here. Like that. Let me go ahead, rotate this again, so that I can kind of make sure that everything is making sense and everything, so I can have a fresh look at the situation. I'm gonna take a bit more of the red, put it down here, so we get the shadow towards the top, a bit of rim light / highlight towards the bottom, and subtly I'm gonna add a bit of highlight here, and then I'm going to add some pressure lines of where the button is. And of course I gotta have a bit of a pressure line on the other side too. Okay, I think that makes a lot more sense. I like the direction of this. Let me auto contrast. Nothing happened. That means that Photoshop thinks this is good. That's usually what kind of helps me with the contrast. Seeing if it's enough or not. I think I need to clean the shape of this area because it is a little not so smooth and round, so clean that up. Okay, now that I have that done, let's go down here onto the stomach area, which is like a sheer fabric. Go ahead and look at the reference. Even though I already know what's supposed to be happening, I still like to have the reference right there. Okie dokie. So select the contour for the mesh part. I'm going to line it. And then I'm going to go ahead and add a bit of details for it. So it is sheer, so I'll be adding some anatomical detail for the stomach area. I also wanted to make sure this part is a little squished in a bit. Then we have the belly button, which is a shadow and then a bit of highlight in the center, and then kind of blend that in. Might need to put a bit more detail on that later. Go ahead, add a bit more shadow there. Let's add some more shadow. Cast it from the top onto the abdomen. Actually, maybe not that much shadow. Like maybe this much. And then put a bit more squeeze on that side. Ahead and shade this. I think this is supposed to be highlight shadow. Shadow here. I'm gonna use a bit of blue for the rim light color, and then the rest will be the beige color. So I did kind of want to make her stomach tilted a little, but I think it needs to be a bit more in the center. Like that. Flip it again. Let's go ahead and add highlight there. Just going to blend this in a bit more. Gonna go ahead and do the legs. Remove the hand. Remove the lines as well. So I'm gonna start blending. Just gonna add a bit of implied hip shadow here. Bring it up. Okay. Bring it up here too. Continue the shadow. So let's say shadow here, so it's going to continue here. Add some more shadow here to kind of contour the hip, but I might actually change that later on, but that's an option. I can blend, or I can just blend it in. So for the legs, let me see if I can borrow some highlight slash shadow. Let's go ahead and borrow the super bright color. Bright highlight, and borrow a bit of this color for the shaded area. And let's put it up here too. For this side, let's go ahead and put that part in shadow, I think. I'm gonna try it out. Let's go ahead and use, I guess, this color. Use it as a shadow for this side of the leg. And then last but not least, we have the stocking, which I think I'm gonna add a bit of dark purple tone to it. And then add the skin tone in the center. So this is before, after. You know what? I kind of like before. Okay, let me go ahead and bring back some of what I previously had. Kind of like the harshness of the shadow before. Change the background, so I'm not sure. Okay, let's go with that for now. Maybe you know what? I think I'm going to keep the skin tone with not too much contrast. That might be a bit too bright. Let's go with that. Let me see how it will look if I made this leg being shadow. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch up the rendering for this a bit. Darker with a bit of red tone, and I'm just going to blend this in, and also blend this out into the leg. To make it clear, the crotch goes all the way down here. Go ahead and I guess I have to bring the leg shadow up. Guessing the end, it just turns out fake. Bring back some of the old shadow slash light source, which needs to be modify it slightly. Okay, now take a look at that. Okay, I think I'm going to re-add the highlight on top here. So that I can add the little ripple here. I mean fold, sorry, fold. Little fold here, and it's gonna have a lot more contrast. Well, maybe not that much. Try not to make it too obvious, just... Okay, now it's muddy. Bring this back. Let me zoom in here. Zoom in a bit more. So I can add her belly button in more detail. Maybe I make it fold like this. Should I add a bit more shadow here? Let's add a tiny bit of shadow here. I'm going to outline this with a dark color. Same with here, just using the lasso tool to help me make sure it's not outside of the lines. I wonder how it would look if I add a bit of grayish tone. Kind of like the highlight inside of the shadow situation. Just a bit of rim light, kind of. I'm just testing it out. And I'm gonna line the bottom here using the airbrush, of course. Before, after. It's definitely a little cleaner, but still looks kind of muddy. I'm not into it too much. Maybe I'll add a little bit of shadow. Add a bit of highlight here. Bring this up a bit more. Let me flip it. Yeah, I think it looks better. The leg was just a little bit higher. Get that nice squeeze. I might have to add a bit more shadow around here as well. And then go back in with a darker color. Blend that in. with this for now. Let me go ahead and clean this up a bit. She's got rose pattern stockings, which I will be probably using a fuller texture later on. I'm gonna add a bit of yellow here. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna use a bit of a duller color actually. Highlight the outer edge for this. I want to add a bit of kneecap definition here, so it would feel like she's lifting her legs up a bit more. Go ahead and clean this silhouette up a bit more. Okay, now shading her arms. Bring back the lines. Now time to shade her arms. Past shadow here. Shadow here. And with some rim light here. This is where the highlight's gonna be, towards the top portion. Add a bit of highlight here, and then the rest will be in shadow because the lapel's gonna cast shadows over it. But still needs a bit more gradient in the shadow and the highlight. And then down here is gonna be a bit more shadow to really contour the armpit area. So now that I did a basic pass, I can whoa, really nothing happened. Let's see, auto contrast, nothing, okay. Auto contrast did nothing, so manually going in to add a bit more contrast. There we have it. This is still pretty basic, I find. It still needs quite a bit of work, but it's getting there. I'm gonna go into the hair pigtails real quick, using the highlight color there. Just applying some basic highlight / shadow. I might even put a bit of her hair over her shoulder later on. And then going into the coat lapel, she's got some fun pinstripe design, but first I have to refine it. Let's go with the bright color, so using the lasso tool, I'm just going to blend that in with a bit of rim light in there as well. Same for here. And on this side, I believe I'm gonna try to add a bit of purple here. For the rim light towards the bottom, and gradually let's try a bit of this color as well, a bit of blue. So that there could be a notable change of light source and shadow. So we have the bright reddish tone, and then here is more in shadow, where the elements in shadow. But still it has a bit of highlight. I think that makes sense. I'm gonna go ahead and play around with the contrast a bit. Maybe this part could be a bit less saturated, but brighter. That. Okay, I think that works. Alright guys, so we're back, and as you can see, I did work on it slightly just to speed things up, and also I wanted to try to figure out the direction I wanted, because I wasn't too happy with the lighting and such, so I wanted to see what I could do to make it a bit more dynamic, and I think this is a bit more dynamic. So I'm gonna show you guys what I did, because I did do the changes on a separate layer. So this is what we had before. This was before as well. And I also worked on the face, but I wanted to focus on the body for now. So what I did off camera was I decided to add a bit more shadow to some of these areas. So I wanted to have a distinct change in lighting and shadow. So kind of just defining the light source a little more. So instead of coming from the top, I wanted it to come from the top right. Sorry, I'm directionally confused, so I get confused with left or right all the time, but yeah. So the lighting is coming from here. So with that in mind, I added some more shadow towards this side, and then have the light source towards this side. And I also added, you know, a bunch of slightly different color tones, and just to kind of balance out the overall warmness of this character. So I added a bit of cool tone here, a bit of cool tone here. Just play around with that. Over here, as you can see, I have warm tone and then cool tone, so it's a little bit of a opposite from here on her stomach, but I was just experimenting, so I might change that later on. Definitely a good thing to experiment. So that's what I did for the torso. And for the arm, I decided maybe it's better if I keep this arm in the shadow, so that it can go with the lighting over here, because you know all this area is in shadow, so that shoulder is gonna have to be in shadow if I change the lighting on the torso. So that's what I did. I darkened this up, added the cool tone within the warm shadow. So yeah, that's the direction I chose to go with. I don't know if I did this on camera or off camera, but I also worked on this slightly, but not too much. Actually, should I even keep that? Yeah, we'll keep it. I'm gonna merge everything down now, so that we can get started with these changes, it is still a little rough. So I'm gonna be showing you guys mainly how we're gonna refine it, and perhaps I'm going to be changing around a few things as well. I'm not sure yet. Also, I've been thinking about the background. I feel like the background might be changed as well in the future, just because the color is not speaking to me. So as for the face, as you can see, a lot is going on, but for the face, let me see what I did. I didn't actually have the layer that's been changed, but this is before, this is after. For the change, I added a bit more warmth to the face, basically, and added the nostrils. I've been going back and forth between either should I define the nose or not in anime style. I think I'm gonna try with the nose this time. And yes, so we got the warm tone and then a bit of cooler tone, but honestly that might also change. I also did change the shape of the face. So as you can see, before it was round. Now I defined the edge of the jaw a little more, just to fit the style a bit more, by observing the concept here, kind of follow along the curvature of her jawline, which I might actually refine a bit more later on. Other than that, that's what I did off camera. So now let's keep going. There's a lot to get through, and this is gonna be a long one, I have a feeling. But I will be doing certain edits off camera just to speed things up. But I will be making sure to kind of bring you guys back every now and then to explain what I am trying to do here. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of lasso tool, airbrush tool, and kind of changing positions, cleaning up, and editing. I'm gonna focus on this part for now, because let's get started by refining the neck. I might actually I think I need to make the arm a little bit tucked in, so her shoulder isn't too wide. Maybe my shoulder was a bit too wide if I look at the original design here. But now that I've done that, I have to kind of fill back the space. Just gonna fill back in the areas of the jacket. Better, and bring down the face a bit. I kind of wanna make the hips bigger, but I'm not sure. And also here, I want her neck to be a bit thinner. Just using the liquify tool here, kind of wingsing it a bit. Pop Is this what, I don't know what they call this, like a escarf? Escarf or scarf? It's not a scarf. Just looking back and forth, trying to figure out. I think I need to have more definition here. I'm gonna go ahead and add some lighting here just to highlight the hip. It was kind of blending into the, what's this thing called? the back of the coat. So couldn't get a clear view of the silhouette. Anyways, let's do the scarf here. Okay, so for this part, create a new layer. Using the airbrush, I'm just going to airbrush kind of highlight towards the bottom area because I know the dark fabric's probably gonna reflect that. Same with here, highlight over here too. So if you take a closer look at the design here, okay, I suppose I can do my own interpretation, or I could just stick to it. So let's see how it will look if I stick to it. Dots at the end. Just going to fill that in. And just refining on this side, add a bit of detail. While I'm working on this part, I'm also going to start refining the lapels from the top. So looking here, I'm just kind of making sure that that's what's happening, looking at the design, and then put it into this piece. Take the essence of the design and then use it in this piece. This part might be a bit big. Also, this part is supposed to bring shadow, so time to put in shadow. So in the shadow, I'm gonna add a bit of blue and then a bit of yellow. Using the airbrush to have a softer look. And on this side, so her eyes is actually yellow and red, but since I haven't figured out which side I'm gonna be painting it, like I'm not sure if I will flip the canvas in the end or not, I will change her eye color towards the end as I finalize the piece. So both her eyes gonna be red for now. So for this side, I'm just gonna use the lasso tool to help me keep things nice and clean. And keep going with the to call that aligning with the gold trim. So we're gonna have the shadow on this side. And the highlight on this side. Okay. And as for here, bring back some of the highlight. So that I can add some sort of lighting in these gold trim. I'm going with a pretty dull highlight for now. I'm gonna try to be cleaner, more careful with it. Let's go ahead and add this color, which is actually not too bright. I'm just going to layer on highlight for the gold trim, so little by little. I'm going to now add some surrounding colors onto the lapels. Same with here. I'm gonna do it here too. Add some skin tone in. And I'm gonna go ahead and do the line here for future. I'm gonna be covering this whole part anyway, so I'm gonna start off by adding the line. Have to fix this part. This part's supposed to be skin tone. Back and add some more shadow. Okay, now we have the chest here. I'm going to use a bit of the cooler tone. Highlight the top here. So now it's all about balancing out the color a bit. Also have to this part is shaded and that part is light, just so the chest can feel like it's being pushed up by her call that vest or top, because in the original her chest looks pretty bound. It looks tight, so you have to make sure to depict that. While I'm at it, also gonna try to figure out how I'm gonna paint the chest. So using the airbrush, it's looking really soft, which is good, but at the same time I have to figure out a way to make it look sharp. um, to contrast the amount of soft shape going into it. Okay. Too bright. Okay, let's go with this color. I'll highlight the top there. So I'm using the lasso tool to help me keep some of the areas sharp while I use the airbrush to blend. Now for this side, blend that in, but this part needs to be like this. It's a bit too soft. Select the chest here and see if I can do something about it. I wonder if I can add some more shadow towards the bottom. Yeah, I think I softened it up a bit too much. Let me bring back a bit of that sharpness. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to figure this out. If I blend this more towards the end. Maybe let's cut it here, cut the shadow here. Like that, and I can let's use like a warmer color. I can bound contour the other chest with the yellow tone, and I would say like that. It's a little harsh. I'm gonna soften that up. The head is distracting me. Maybe it's the background. Let's see how it will look if it's like a little straighter. Oh, actually, that's probably not a good idea. Let me go to the main image. Anyways, let's keep going. Add some cool tone. Let's go with the original color that I had. We need to make sure to have a bit of sharpness because otherwise it's gonna look too airbrushed. So add highlight here. Okay. And what about here? Here, contouring the chest. Blur it. Definitely not a fan of this. Let me copy this whole thing. This shadow a bit sharper. Just bring the line up. And add a bit of highlight here. It's a bit too bright, so tone it down a bit. I'm just trying to make sure this line is sharp enough. It's a little sharper. Still need a bit more sharpness. So I selected this area and I want to see if I can make this part a little darker, maybe add a bit of red or that it feels like the boob is casting a light on the lapel. Okay, put the skin tone on there. Zoom in and highlight, add shadow again, just to blend it together so it's not a rough transition. I want it to be a soft transition. Suppose same with here, but it's not as obvious. Let's go ahead and use this color. Actually, no. Copy, paste, darken, and then I'm going to erase. So it's tight, like that. Okay, I think this is getting to where I want it to. Let's take this whole part. I'm going to warp it a bit. Make a new layer. Blend, blend, blend. Let's go ahead and add a bit of lighting here. And then some more shadow there. Go back to the lapel. Let's go for a nice blue to differentiate the lapel from the skin. Bring it down a bit more. Let's bring the highlight up a bit. I'm kind of experimenting. Let's add the shadow over here, kind of contouring the chest. Bring the highlight up here to kind of contrast the shadow. And some red. Let's see if it would look good if I made this part all blue. Let's add some more blue on that area. And then add some more blue around the collar. I'm gonna also try to contour each ruffle, kind of. Then highlight this blue as well. And as for this side, let's go with a bit more yellow. There. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if I can make this brighter. Nope. I'm just trying to see how it would look in terms of the feel I want, and it's a no, so redo that. Selecting this part. Oh, I want the highlight to be sharper. Just want to see how that would look. it's a bit too sharp, so invert. I'm gonna have to blend it in. I mean, blend a bit more skin tone into the lapels in order for this to not feel too forced. I guess this would be okay. Rotate this. Alright guys, so I've been kind of trying to refine the chest, and I think I finally got to a point where I'm kind of happy with how the shading is. So this is like my third try. Sadly I don't have a step-by-step, but this is what I did. Basically I changed up the lighting slightly, so you know what, even this I think I might change a little bit because it does look a little awkward. Maybe like bring this down a bit. Let's keep it like that. Kinda don't want there to be any I don't want there to be like a connection in the shadow here, so I want to keep it. Oh no, that wouldn't look good either. Okay, let me just keep it like this for now. Yeah, we'll keep it like this for now until I figure something out. But this is what I have. Added a bit of purple down here because of the purple in the lapel, so I put a bit of purple here as well. But yeah, that's what I did to speed things up. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this for now. I might change it a bit more later on. Actually, I'm just curious. How would it look if I made it a bit more intense? Okay, let's call it here. I need to work on this part. Let me select this. Bring this down a bit. I'm gonna try to contour this. Bring this down. Adjusted it a bit. Put this on real quick. I just want to see how that looks. Okay, maybe just make this go up and that go down a bit. Okay. I'm gonna... Should I add a bit more shadow here? I think I need to add a bit of highlight here. Just to contour the side here so that her silhouette isn't lost in the background there. I'm just gonna bring that out with a bit of highlight around the silhouette. Erase. And back to this. So this is kind of like tights. Transparent material. I'm just gonna try to blend this in. And also add the edge here. It does have a seam, I think. If it doesn't, I think adding a seam would help it look a bit more like mesh material. Add some wrinkles. Add some more wrinkles extending over. And if it's too much, I'm going to slowly erase bits of it. Okay. I think I need to start rendering out the hand too. So she's wearing gloves. I'm going to be using the blue color as the shadow for the gloves. Add a bit of yellow too. So back to here. Let's go ahead and add the shadow for the hand while I'm at it. Oh. I'm going to kind of create this sort of sketchy texture for the stomach. I want to see if I can emulate this mesh texture or nylon-ish texture. Go here. Add some more texture here. I'm going to go ahead and add the seam. Also, I've been thinking about extending the canvas a bit, but I'm not so sure. I'm still debating on it. I wanted to see after I after I get most of it done, then I'm thinking about extending the canvas slightly just to put a bit more her legs in. But yeah, I'm just kind of refine this area. Add some texture. And after I do the texture, I'm gonna blend it in a bit. I think there's an easier way of doing this. But oh well. Let's go ahead and add shadow around the belly area. The highlight here and then shadow contour. And I kind of want to see if I can make it a bit more obvious by kind of highlighting that area a bit more. Let's make it a little brighter. Just kind of made that area a bit brighter. See how this goes. Add some more wrinkles. And then I'm gonna see how it would look if I added a bit of skin tone in there. I probably need to make this part a bit darker. I think that should do it. Let's flip it and see what that looks like. Nice. I kind of like it. Need to probably blend this in a bit. And I'm gonna do this texture, a bit more of this texture all the way down here. Erase this part. Let's remove that part and even add more shadow. The shadow all the way here. I'm gonna darken this. Bring the shadow all the way onto the the gold. Actually, no. I'm just gonna add back the gold. I was thinking I was gonna cover the even the gold trimming with shadow, but then I thought about it. Gold trimming should be a lot more reflective, so it should catch a bit of light and shadow. Just a bit more clear on where the highland shadow is. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna see actually how it will look if I add a bit of the skin tone. Merge down. Okay, I'm fairly happy with how the lighting here. I'm glad I did that, which I probably wouldn't have figured out if I didn't try it. So it's a good thing that I tried a bunch of stuff. I want to see how it will look if I made this leg area a bit thicker. Put her hair back. Let's go here. I'm going to rotate it slightly by pressing R, which prompts the rotate function. Not sure if all Photoshop does this, but if you press R and it does this, it's a very useful tool. Once I have it rotated, I can go ahead and try to refine it a bit more. Alright. Where was I? Starting to blend in the leg area. I want to make this sharp, so use the lasso tool to help me make sure this is pretty tight and sharp. It's a bit cold. Let's bring it up a bit. Actually, need more red tone here. just gonna use the lasso tool again to help me grab that area so I can blend it in. Let me see if I can add a bit of shadow. Might not translate too well. But anyhow, let's get started on the stocking. So she's got like rose pattern stocking. I'm gonna try to do a manual instead of using a texture. Let's see how that goes. Pray for me. Normally I would find the texture for it, but I know that it's gonna be hard to find a texture for it because I've done a lot of lingerie pinup pieces, and let me tell you, I've never come across a rose pattern black stocking before. Never. Not like the one she wears, so gotta do it manually. I suppose I could just kind of edit a bunch of stocking and make it happen, but I think it will take quite a bit of time. I think I can do this though, so I'm gonna make this part fairly clear of where the highlight is and where the shadow is. So far I am just blending everything together. I'm kind of losing a bit of that sharpness, so gotta bring it back. Let's do like this. So we still get a bit of sharpness, plus a bit of soft blending underneath. Create another layer so that I can keep it nice and sharp. This is the lighting for it. Okay, now let's go ahead and do the what's it called? Actually, let me do this first. So this is the band, and I noticed that it's got some shape here. Let's go ahead and darken that area up to separate the band. Go back in. Back the highlight. Merge down. Create another layer. And it's got like rose pattern, so I'm gonna do circles first, like that, all the way, and then I'm gonna do the rose pattern, or at least I'm gonna try. Oh god, it looks pretty bad. Oh god. I should probably do this properly. Okay, let's do this properly. So let's go ahead and do a couple of roses. I feel like no, I thought I had patterns like that, but then I remember it was for another character and it wasn't exactly like this. Okay, so I got a rose pattern. It's not the best. This is a bit long. But yeah, just gonna keep rotating it. Make this a little thinner. I'm just gonna do one. Oh, this needs to be thinner. There. Oh, hold on. I'm just gonna do one strip for this leg and the other leg. So that leg is sort of done. Onto this leg. Remove the hand. I just wanna make sure I can see what's underneath the hand. And this part is just gonna be blending for the most part. I'm gonna clean up some of this area. Actually, let me make this a little darker. And add a bit of highlight. And just gonna shade a bit of shadow near the stocking there. Let's go ahead and blend that in. Actually, should I make it darker? I think I will make it darker. Add some skin tone in here as well. And of course, I'm gonna do the strap with the shape. Make it darker. Now the leg is pretty clean, although I did kind of remove this highlight here, so what I can do is I'm just gonna bring it back so it was more on the yellow side. Like this. ahead and put back the shadow on the side at least. Same for this leg. Just wanted to make sure that it's clear where the shadow is and stuff. And I'm just gonna blend it in. Just add a bit of warm tone. Go with that, and I'm going to duplicate that layer. This is for the other leg, so for this leg let's lower opacity so I can warp this to the stocking. Merge down, and then of course change the color. I might actually have to use a texture for it. Okay, now for this side, just gonna warp it again to fit. That, warping it as best as I can. Okay, constrain, lock it, and change the color. I wonder if I can, maybe. It just looks like scribbles, honestly. Maybe I will use some textures. Lower the opacity. I'm probably gonna revisit this part. Right, let's do a bit of texture. So I actually saw this trick on Twitter where the artist made a stocking texture. So pretty much what they did was, well, anyhow, the artist made a circle into a brush, and then in the settings they did this. So spacing 1%. Basically what it will do is give a pretty cool sheer texture like this. Actually maybe 2%. Yes, as you can see, it looks pretty cool, right? 3%. But the thing is, you have to do it in one shot. So let me go ahead and do that once, and then warp it to fit the leg. So it has a really cool stocking texture. Let me lower the opacity. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. I believe I still have the posting my likes on Twitter. You can look it up if you want. It's kind of way back in my likes. So, but this is a pretty helpful trick that I actually saw from Twitter. I believe it was by a Japanese artist. Okay, now that I've done that, I wanna add a bit of shine. I wonder if I can. Oh, I guess I can. Actually, you know what? I can't do the texture now in case I extend the leg. So for now, it will have to stay like that. And on top of that, I'm gonna copy paste on here. Go to noise medium. Okay, and then overlay it on top as a light source. So this way I still get to keep a bit of that lighting, which I thought was pretty good. Other than that, let's blend. Oh no, what happened? I wanna blend. Oh, whoops. Okay, I need to merge this down. Let me just merge everything down onto the body layer. And then blend this in a bit more. Gonna darken this up a bit more. Same with here. Go into multiply. I'm just gonna darken around the corner. Alright guys, let's work on the face now. I just want to work on the face a little bit on camera with you guys. I usually don't focus too much on the face just because it is such a pain in... It is difficult, let's just say. It takes a couple of tries, and I also layer a lot of stuff on the eyes. Like I have 3 versions, paint over on paint over on paint over, and then I pretty much play around with the opacity. But anyways, let's tackle this. I am not looking forward to it, I'll just say that. I want to grab that head reference right here. There, I'll put it here. Perfect. So I can look at it while I paint the face. So I'm gonna try to make it as close as I can to her original look. So let's get started. First of all, this part, based on the reference, should be a little closer. So I'm gonna be nitpicking on a few elements and editing it. Let's see how that looks. I guess that kind of makes sense. Although her eyes should show a bit more. Let me remove a bit of that. As for the highlight here, actually, let me do one shadow line, and then gonna do this sort of texture. Do a bit of hair texture going up. Let me blend that highlight in a bit more. So now it feels a bit more fitting of the hair now that there's texture to it. So I'm going to line it just like the reference. Let me go ahead and line the side here with highlight. There we go. And then I want to add a bit of highlight on this side as well. I'm just going to blend that in. And blend the rest of her hair down. And see these batches of hair? Let's go ahead and add those in. There's a batch there. Okay, I got some pretty decent base down. Let's keep going. So I pretty much got most of the major batches of hair, just some smaller strands left to do. So let's go in and line it. Add some more highlight here. Okay, I think this is looking kind of like her hairstyle. Maybe need to be cut a bit there. Actually, not like that. Maybe this. Actually, no. Like that, perhaps? You know what? I'm just going to make it a little shorter. And then go into hue saturation. Oh. Make it... Oh! I still had it selected. Control D to deselect. Hue saturation, increase the saturation. And go into color. And I'm going to change the color slightly. Let me go ahead and use her hair color and graze it around, and then select the highlight color that she came with, and just gonna focus on this area where the shadow and highlight meets. Put that there. Give it a bit of shine. Of course, this looks a little too unrefined, so going with a smaller brush and create a more hair-like texture, and also blend it in. And I'm just gonna make sure that I have each batch of hair kind of clear. Okay, that seems okay. Time for the face. So I am not thrilled to draw the face, let me tell you, because I know I'm gonna spend hopefully I don't spend too much time on it, but from past experience, the face has definitely taken me a lot of time, especially for more anime styled inspired hair. But yeah. Just lining the side with some highlight. I also want to clean this up. Lasso this. A bit of shadow. Okay. I need to add more shine to her hair. Let's go ahead and refine. Let me rotate this. Gotta refine her hair a bit more. Let's go ahead and add another layer. And go back in. Let's go ahead and add more highlight. Maybe it needs a bit more. Definitely needs maybe like this. Might be a bit too bright now. So add some highlight here. Oh, sorry about that. I hit the can. It's freaking my dog out a bit. Let's see if this will work. Might be a bit too bright. But I do like the clearness in the light source. I'm just gonna take this color. Actually, take this color and put it back. Maybe add actually I want to see, create another layer, constrain it down. Well, let's see how it would look if I had one focal point at the top here that is a lot shinier. So I'm gonna go in here with brighter color. Just gonna bring it down. I'm gonna add some blue. At this point, I'm just kind of trying stuff out. Okay, that's not too bad. It gives a more dull highlight look. Something that I don't normally do, which I like. I guess I can have a tiny bit of it here. Tiny bit of highlight here and here. This really doesn't do much. Okay, let's merge down. Auto contrast. Might be a bit too bright. Her hair is not super red anyways. So shall we keep it like this? This part's supposed to be thinner too. Bring it over here. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and work on that face. Paint the ear. Let's keep it simple. Keeping the ear simple, and as for the face, so I'm gonna try to follow how they draw the face here. So it's pretty much a straight down and then into a chin. I mean the triangle chin. Now gonna try to work on the eyes. Let's take a look at the shape of the eyes. Might actually change it a little later, but for now let's go with these type of eyebrows. Light-hearted eyebrows. Let me add a bit of highlight up here. And add some shadow, just kind of grazing it. So she's got kind of a somewhat of a sultry look, which involves a higher eyelid. Yeah, like that. And let's take a look at how they draw the eyes. Can't really copy it 100% because it won't fit the style too well. But I guess this is okay. And from this point on, it's just about refining. I guess I'll make both eyes red, and then I'll change one eye to yellow later. This way I can have it consistent. So I'm gonna do this, have that bottom part be slightly lighter. Let's take the top part, make it a little gray. I'm gonna draw the pupils, making sure it's proper. Highlight it. I mean, add the shadow to highlight it. Or shade it. I should have said shaded. Let's apply shadow to the whites of the eyes. I want to keep it nice and subtle. So this is where the eye comes in. Oftentimes I would do a paint over like this, and then I would do it before and after, and then I would like the before, and then I would only have 50% of the paint over show. So kind of like trying to get a in between of before and after, trying to get the perfect look. Let's go ahead and do the waterline. Get some eyelashes on the bottom. This side might be a bit much. I think I kind of like this sultry look a little more. Let's go ahead and actually let me remove that blend. merge down. Gonna copy it before, paste it on the after, move it a little bit. I lower the opacity a little bit. Kind of get a in between. Let me play around with the colors too. Let's go with this. Add the lower lid. Move that part. And gonna add some more highlight on the eyelid. See if I can add a bit more eyelashes on top. Okay. Okay, need a bit more blue. Put a bit of blue here on the end there. And then a yellow right underneath. Let's go ahead and add a bit more highlight. Blur it a bit, lower the opacity, blend it down. Merge it down. And then as for the mouth, let's go ahead and line it. Let's go with a nude lip. Take this color, put it on this side, maybe just a little darker. Highlight this light, this side. Highlight this side. And add shadow on this side. Actually add highlight on this side. And shade this side. Let's keep this part shaded. Highlight here. Actually, shadow here. Nose here. Bring this over a bit more. Let me bring this up. missing some blush. Let's go ahead and add a bit of blush. And it's also missing some highlights around here. But other than that, I'm just gonna keep refining, especially the hair area. I might have to let me reset view. Might have to tweak around with the face later as well. Just kind of testing out what lighting for the face will look the best. Maybe bring this down. To also put back the shadow on the hair. We remove the color of the lips. Well, maybe that'll make it look a bit more anime. Actually, should have a tiny bit around the mouth. Let's make her eyebrows a little arched up. I think that looks pretty. It's not bad. Guess this is where we can do the before and after. So let's rotate a little. This is after, before, after. So what I can do is copy before, paste it on after, and then do a little edit. I think I'm going to bring this whole eye, copy, paste this eye, bring it down. Okay, her eye. Her eye now. Let's do this. Her eye now might look a little slanted downwards, so copy, merge, place it down a little. The forehead is usually a lot bigger in anime style, so should be fine. And I'm going to make her eyes slant upwards a bit more. That looks better. Oh, that looks a lot more anime. As you can see, it's quite rough still, but that's kind of how I paint anime faces. It's a lot of editing until I feel like it's on the right track. And even then, you know, I might do a lot of editing afterwards as well. So let's go with that for now. Yeah, this one's definitely better. Honestly, each of them have their own advantages. Let me just copy this face onto the steps in case I want to go back. Merge down this face. Oh, look at the mess here. So we have a rough face. Okay. Now moving on to the hair decor. So the hair decor. Let's look at this in more detail. Okay, it's red with white lace. Okie dokie. Let's get started. And her dark red hair tie is dark. Let me go ahead and start lining or shading a couple of them. It's actually quite poofy. Let me go ahead and make them a little more wide. Let's go ahead and move this over a bit. And block it down. And create another layer and go in here on each part. I think I'm gonna do the lace first, and then I'm going to adjust the lighting and shadow. So there's no real clear design for the lace, just I'm gonna use the standard lace method, which is scribbling. Scribble, scribble. Okay, now that the scribbling is done, lock it down and apply shadow based on the shading of the ribbons. So let's go with this. It's still a bit rough, but yeah. Let me go ahead and copy paste. Let me go ahead and make this a bit duller. So this is gonna be the highlight for that. Merge down. Going to the pigtails. I do want to make the pigtails stand out a bit more. Can I do a motion? I'm going to have the hair kind of flow this way a bit. Let's have it like that. Alright guys, so we're back. So I kind of played around with the background here. Basically a bunch of photos collaged together, so I have a few elements. So this is the original background, and then I was testing out the curtains, maybe changing the color a little, then overlaid it with a wall panel texture and then another wall panel texture, and then I added a bit of color, blue and orange, and then I decided to make this part kind of like an implied couch rest, which doesn't actually line up too well, which I will have to work on later, but I think for now this will do, and that is the new background. The previous background, you know, I felt like it might have been a bit too busy for her because I want her to be the focus. So yeah, I came up with this new background. I kind of want to see how it goes, but yeah, that's where we are, and let's continue with the character. So let's see, I'm not sure if I did any work off camera. I don't think so on the character. I only work on the background, I think. But yes, let's get to it, and let's go ahead and start rendering some of these smaller details, such as her scarf here. So I'm gonna find the layer for it. I don't think that's called scarf. There's a name for this accessory, but I just don't remember. Anyhow, this is the following day, so yeah, I'm better rested, so hopefully I can get some good work done for her. But yeah, let's unlock the layer. So I'm going to line the ripples. Okay, actually might need to be a little wider. If I do a little wider, I can do it under, line it under as well, like this. Going to clean it up now. So this is cleaned up a bit, but I want to play around with the shape because it's looking a little symmetrical. So what I'm gonna do, duplicate that part, bring it over, let's give this part 2 ruffles, and of course I need to clean that up, so it's a little messy, but just trying to get the base ready. I'm gonna add a dip here on the scarf, kind of just trying to create a somewhat natural fabric fold, trying not to be too symmetrical on those two sides. Use the lasso tool, help me make this clean. I'm just going to shade underneath here. Let's go for the first dip. I'm just going to add highlight on that side, and again on this ripple as well. And keeping in mind the lighting is coming from the right top corner, but since the scarf part is in shadow anyways, I'm just going to add highlight on the right side. Okay. And every now and then look at the smaller preview, because that's what's gonna tell you, you know, zoomed out, this is what it looks like. And zoomed out view is very important because it's basically what helps you know if your piece is kind of looking weird or not. So I'm gonna go ahead and start adding a bit of blue in here because I got blue on top here, so naturally I'm gonna try to add a bit of blue on the scarf as well. And over here I'm gonna add yellow, just like on the top there. It's just a rim light for the scarf, and also it helps with giving additional lighting, and it's more dynamic that way. Let's go ahead and actually let me select a dark red. Okay. Now I'm going to refine it using the airbrush. I'm gonna try to add a seam to all of the corners. Kind of just cleaning it up in general to add a bit of yellow in some of these areas. And after clean that up using the lasso tool to make it clean, this part needs a bit of an extension here. Let's go ahead and add another dip here. Okay, so this is what we have roughly. Now I'm gonna start adding a bit of highlight, give it a bit of shine and texture. Just gonna line it. Wonder if I can have it right where the shadow is, like that. Same for here. Create a bit of dip here. Actually, let me line it close. And align the seam here. Okay, now it's a bit more textured. Just going to clean this shape. So the scarf is kind of getting there. Go ahead and reflective, so there's gonna be a high level of contrast. I'm gonna keep the highlighted area close to the part that's already kind of in highlight, and then a layer it with shadow. And then, last but not least, gonna go for some small amount of lighting. Right at the edge there. And I'm gonna be overlaying it with a bit of gray. After, increase the light a bit more. Use a more saturated red, and just going to paint parts of the scar using that color. Be at the center. Around here, kind of just soften up the lighting, kind of extending the saturation up a bit, which creates a warmer look and softer look. And let's go in with the blue again. Just going to graze at the corner here. Putting back some of the shadow. Go ahead and block in the pendant here, and then line it. This is going to be used as a guide for me to know where to shade the highlight and shadow. So we're going to keep the shadow towards the bottom area. Start adding a bit of highlight towards the bottom, using the black color to emphasize the shiny nature of the material. Just creates more contrast, which means high reflectivity. And onto the gem. So for the gem, let's go ahead and add highlight towards the bottom, shadow towards the top, and then add a highlight on top, and we can do some small reflective light on the bottom here, as well as around the pendant, add a bit of that color. I'm going to use a brighter color here and highlight certain edges. maybe just add a bit more shine here. I think that should do it, and I'm gonna go ahead and add some more detail to the scarf area. I think that should do it. Actually, I'm gonna go into liquify. See if I can play around with the general shape of this. Push it down. Clean that up. I'm going to brighten that side. And I'm going back to this layer because we need to touch up on this part now that the scarf is done. So go back to this layer and I'm gonna refine it a bit. I'm gonna try to clean stuff up. Clean this area up, and I'm going to reinstate the design, the dot design. Put back the strap here. There. And also going to the scarf for the layer down, I have to put the shadow under the scarf so it doesn't look like the scarf is kind of floating and stuff. Wonder if I can up the lighting a bit. Actually, you know what, to solve that issue, because my issue is the lighting is here, but the lighting for the chest is there, so let's bring it down a bit. This way I can remove a bit of the shadow. I think, yep, that should do it. Clean this part up. Okay, now the scarf is done. Actually, I can work on the coat. Let's work on the hand first. Still not too happy with this. I think I need to rework the lighting. Let's go ahead and put this part in shadow. I'm just gonna paint over this and see if I can get a better result. Have the highlight towards that side. That might look a little better. Maybe somewhere like this. Yeah, I think that might look a little better. Also, there's a design on her scarf. Let's leave it here for now. Let's work on the coat. I'm gonna work on the undercoat. So I'm gonna be working around the hand. Let's go ahead and darken the inside of this coat, the coat armhole there. Let me use some of this color. And then we have the dark fabric of the sleeve. Let me actually, suppose I will probably need to darken this part. Darken it. But I'm gonna make sure that the red sleeve here is gonna be in highlight because of that side facing the light source. After I do that, I add the gold trim based on the perspective of where the sleeve is facing. Let's add a little bit of blue here. Okay, and then I'm gonna apply a bit of shine on the golden trim area. So we're gonna be putting highlight, shadow, highlight. Highlight followed by shadow until we have a shiny effect. And then I'm gonna zoom in here because her sleeve has some lace detail too actually, so Gonna go with the basic shape, which is round, like that. And I'm gonna do it in a way that kind of recedes in the back here. Go ahead and add some implied sleeve. Okay, after that's done, trying to see what, so she's got a design on her sleeve. Let's go ahead and rotate this so that I can do this properly. So it's got a hook here. That's pretty rough, but just gonna use this as a base and then go in to add the shadow slash highlight. And it doesn't even need to be that sharp. I am using 21% hardness, which is mostly airbrush with a bit of hard round brush in there. So after that, add a bit of shine just to have that additional detail. Okay, actually you can also add some shadow around it. I think that should do it. But yeah, as you can see, it's still quite rough. Could probably refine it, but let's go with that. Let's add a bit of highlight here using the grayish tone. Okay, and now for this thing here, the captain's what's it called? Shoulder pads, yes. It is of a golden texture, so let's go ahead and try to get, let me think about it. Let's have this part in shadow. And I'm going to start implying individual strands here. And add some shadows, or start layering the shadow. And I'm gonna slowly refine this area. Let's go ahead and clean this up. Also clean up the silhouette as well. I'm going to select part of it, make it really bright. Let's use a bit of blue here towards the inner corners. Gonna go with a darker color. Gonna line this part, and then I'm gonna start adding some shining here. I'm going to attempt to add some shine texture up here. Maybe it was, honestly, might have been a little better before. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I think it was better before. I think I'm going to undo all that. Let's keep it. I like it simple like that. Let's just go ahead and keep refining these little individual what's it called? Hanging strands. Okay, let's do like one strand going this way. I'm gonna try to do a few random strands. Gotta do some layering. Or add some texture to it. Let me see if I can even imply a bit of that so I don't have to do it for every single strand. It looks like breadsticks, the way I'm rendering it. Probably should have done it another way now that I think about it. Okay, I'll have to go with that then. Let's go ahead and select random parts, brighten, and then I'm gonna play around with this. Let's go with that for now. Go over here. I'm gonna add a bit of highlight. And also on the lace. Just gonna try to keep the lace highlight to a minimum. Okay, let's go to coat lapel. I don't think I wrote that right. Let's zoom in here. First, I gotta clean this up. Make sure that it is lining up nicely with the arm. I think I will also work on the arm at the same time. Cleaning it up and stuff. Guess add a bit of shadow here. And the lighting's probably gonna be a little different now that I change the light source, so it's gonna be coming from the top right. Just blending that area in. Let me see if I can Bring the highlight down here a bit. Bring that down. I'm going to imply a bit of collarbone here. And also at the same time I'm gonna try to change the light source over to this side, so move the light source. See how that looks? I'm just gonna take a look in my small preview there. Well, on my second screen, I mean. Smaller preview on my second screen. I need to refine the flap here. Let's lock that in. I'm gonna try to add the highlight towards that side. So towards the top right side. And that part's gonna be in shadow, so with a bit of shadow as well. And just go about kind of cleaning around it. Add some shadow there. And I'm gonna go for a super bright color. The rest, I think that should be okay. Add a bit of shadow here. Gonna blend this in a bit. While I'm here, of course, I'm just gonna blend that in. Select beneath here, so I can add a bit of shadow. Okay, I think that is clean. Should be okay. Go back to the coat label layer. Work on the coat label now. So I want to keep this lighting as it is, as much as I can. I'm gonna go ahead and start lining the gold trim. And when it gets here, I'm gonna change the color to a slightly darker color. Okay. And this whole part after that should be black fabric. Gonna add a bit of blue. For rim light on the black fabric. Guess not much detail should be going into there. Okay, back to the trim. Oh, excuse me. I accidentally hit the mic, so apologizing in advance if that was loud. I'm going to line the trim here with a black color. I want to see if I can use a the lasso tool to help me here. I'm just going to find parts of it to darken up. And then I can just blend it in. Okay, that works pretty well. Add a bit of shadow here. Gonna grab a brighter color for highlight. I want this part to be especially sharp around here. Back to the trim here. So this trim go all the way to the end there. Actually, this trim is supposed to overlap like this, and I believe there's a little indentation here. Separation of the individual different flaps. And go back here, bring back the color, right color, add shadow to contour and whatnot. I'm gonna contour the side now. Bring the shadow over here. Gonna add some reflective shading, which is shadow slash highlight in certain areas. So when there's a raise in the form, put some highlight on top here. I'm gonna make sure to line it. Okay, that looks kind of cleanish. There's some interesting texture going on after that, which I'm gonna work on that later. But for now, there's a little thingy here. And then this. So that's what we have. I'm just going to bring this highlight down too. Okay, I think that's should do it. Actually going to line the top of this with a bright color. So let's line it a bit more with a brighter color. Okay, I think that should do it. Just gonna clean it up. Also, I noticed that this side is actually a little darker, so I'm going to be making that side just a bit darker. And use a bit of the background color. Just gonna graze the edge. Okay, that should do it for this side. I guess I'll go ahead and render out the hand while I'm at it. add a little shadow here. I'm going to use the airbrush for now. I'm gonna be pretty rough with it, so get that done. And I want to have a bit of yellow in here, mostly towards the left side. And at the same time, I'm just going to line the fingers. So yeah, it's looking pretty rough, and I'm going to imply the knuckles of the fingers. And create a raise on the top of the hand. And then gradually I'm gonna start adding in a bit of textures. I'm going to go ahead, add some detailing on the glove to give it that captain's glove look on the top, and as well as towards the side where you can see the seam of the glove, like that. And then kind of just refine it and clean up some of these shadings. Guess I can also be a little cleaner by emphasizing the clean cut of separation of each finger. And make sure, well, maybe that might be too dark. Let's lighten that shadow up a bit. Let's go ahead and cut the shape a little here so that the hand is tucked underneath the sleeve there. Add some shadow. Add shadow on this side. Let me imply a little bit of a fold in the finger here, maybe bring it up a bit. And then over here, I'm just gonna blend this together. So this is the glove kind of done. I can play around with the, oh wait, yeah, play around with the colors a bit. Maybe even darken that part. Brighter too, and make it more of a warmer tone color like this. And oh, probably should fix this finger. sort of. I'm gonna have to refine the fingertips a little. So it feels like it's pressed against the skin, and I will have to edit the shadow underneath the finger as well later. Just give the fingertip a bit of shadow towards the end there. Okay, and then go into the body layer. Gonna fix a shadow. Let's give a bit of indentation to the skin, add a bit of shadow around. Here too. Let me add some more highlight near this area. This finger probably needs to be a bit darker, or being shadowed a bit more. So it matches the color, of course. Okay, now that that side is kind of done except for the texture, let's move on to this side. Alright guys, so I flipped the canvas so that we can work on the other side. At the same time, I did refine this part a bit. So, yeah, let's see. Also, I moved the arm over a bit so you can see there's a big spacing here that we need to correct. Other than that, let's get started. I'm gonna go into this layer. I just want to quickly close up the space and go into the arms layer to clean it up a bit. Okay, go back to the coat label, lapel layer and start working. Actually no, I need to, oh, before that, before going into the undercoat layer, I'm going to quickly fix this part. Let's go ahead and add back the part that was missing, going to the undercoat layer now, and we're going to be working on this part. Gonna go ahead and start adding some details. So I started adding a bit of highlight and then going in to add the shadow now. I'm going to be separating some of these strands. I should probably add details for this part. It's actually kind of like this, which I didn't add on the other side. I might do that later on. And I'm gonna go in with this color right here on the top. So this is gonna be the rim light. Okay, now quickly back to the dark sleeve. Let me further refine the shape a bit because I want to make sure that the shoulder fabric here is very obvious, that it's kind of draped under here. Just trying to create an interesting fold in the clothing. So play around with the shape first and then go back in here. I'm going to grab a bit of purple-ish tone, and that's gonna be the rim light for the black fabric. I'm gonna use a bit of yellow as well. We'll keep the yellow on that side and the purple on the right side. After I do that, I'm gonna work on the sleeve, so probably should fix that. Fix the sleeve, make it a bit more structured. So I'm gonna select this whole part here. I'm just going to warp it in a way. To imply a bit more structure. I'm gonna select purple here and red. Okay, so now that it's a bit more structured, I'm gonna paint back the fabric here, apply this color, and add the red lapel with the gold trim, bring it all the way down. I'm going to try to match up to the seat lighting as well, so that it feels like the coat is sitting on top, and also need to make sure there's a certain amount of thickness to the gold trim here. As well as the fabric, so you know, so that the coat feels heavy and stuff. We don't want it to feel too flimsy. I want the jacket to feel thick. Let me go ahead and play around with a bit of folds and stuff. Maybe not like that. Right on this side. I'm gonna have to change the color of the chair in the background, because right now it's not making too much sense. It's way too bright. So I will change that later. I'm going to imply some tiny fingertips. Oh, maybe that would be. Maybe I'll do it here. Just trying to clean up the silhouette. Let me zoom out, have a look. Flip it back. I think the coat could be a bit bigger. I'm gonna have to cut the coat and have it on a separate layer so I can have a bit of the coat drape. Drape behind like this. Let's have some implied thick ripples here. Bend it this way. Just want to try to find interesting ways for deformation of the coat. I think that should be okay. Maybe I will bring this down a bit. Right now is the kind of the editing phase where I'm trying to figure out the best. I'm gonna remove the fingers. The hand too. The arm needs to be edited. We go ahead and clean up the silhouette for the arm. There's the coat. Go back to the undercoat. Actually, before that, I'm gonna go into the background and take care of the chair here. It is a photo that I found off Google. This is maybe 30% of the actual image. I'm just gonna darken it. And then after darkening it, so this is how I usually work on my backgrounds. I will paint over them. I need to add a bit of purple. That's too much. Or not purple, but blue/purple tones. Add this type of color. I'm just going to paint it according to the character. Let's go ahead and add a bit of beige tone on the chair. Okay, that looks a lot better. Go back to the character layer. Actually, I need some mouse. Alright guys, so we're back. I did work on a bit of the background, as you can see, and as well as kind of just roughly work on the chest area. So this is what I did. And then for the arm area, I decided to add in a bit of lighting, which I think might work out a little better. Let's see what else. Yeah, that's mostly what I did. So yeah, let's get started with continue on with where we left off, pretty much. Okay, so I'm gonna go with a more saturated red. Here, paint back the shadow. Actually, maybe that's not the right shade for it. Let me see if I can add a sharp highlight here. Okay, now going in with the trim, using the lasso tool to help me keep it nice and sharp. So I'm gonna do this one first, this side. After I do that, I'm going to line it with a dark color. Actually, I probably shouldn't have, because I'm gonna have to go back in here and do the trimming with a highlight. I'm gonna add a bit of the golden tone into the highlight. And go for this tone. Add a bit of the other highlight on the other side. Going in with a dark, or not, darker color, just to match the shadow. So after that, I'm just going to, that's for that side. So I want to create a dip first for the separation in individual flaps. So next flap, going with the same base color, maybe a bit of shadow. Let's go with this. Go with the highlight on that side. Let's go ahead and add a bit of highlight to the other areas. Shadow on this side. Go ahead and use a very bright color here. I want it to be super reflective there. And that is my other side. And once again, this side is slightly darker than the other flap, so I'm going to darken it. This side is what it is. Gonna apply a bit of shadow at the edge and around here as well. Go into the undercoat. Darken that a bit, or clean that up. Let's go for a beige color. Use this as the highlight for a bit of its folds. It's gonna have a lot of folds because this is where the sleeve kind of folds on itself. She's pressed against the floor, so I'm gonna have to make a lot of ripples here. sleeve here. Let's add like a tiny bit of highlight here to give it a bit of volume. And then go back in with the trim, of course. The selection so I can clean this up. Then go back into the trimming, add some shadow to it, and then add highlights plus highlighters to top. And then work on the lace details. So I'm gonna do the basic lace detail with the round shape for blocking purposes. Select a slightly brighter color going into each of the layers, especially the ones kind of in highlight. Just gonna scribble on some lace details. And then for the other side, I'm gonna go with a bright purple. Let me go ahead and select contour that and add that on that side. So that's done. I'm just gonna have to work on this a bit more. So I did highlight first. And then have to apply the shadow. I want it to be actually that shadow. Just gonna start adding some of the shadow here. And basically just layering it. A slightly duller yellow on the opposite end here. And then I'm gonna try to do a bit of rim light on this. Copy that area, make it a little brighter. The shape This one's slightly bigger than the other one actually. I might have to just kind of shorten it a bit. Make it a little shorter. Okay, go to the coat. Lapel, yes. Gonna add some small amount of detailing. Okay, and then I'm gonna make sure I put this where I put the other one. So it's around here. Bit of shadow to it, and I'm gonna continue to layer on a bit more highlight. Okay, I think we're ready to work on the... Actually, no, we're not done yet. Let me rotate real quick, have a look, see what's going on from a different point of view. Okay, still looks okay. I forgot to work on this part. Let's go close up here. Get the trim going. To add some fold kind of tucked in under the sleeve here. I think that should do it. Might need to be a little darker actually. Darken it up a bit, and I'm gonna gradually add in a bit of lighting towards the very edge here, just kind of to imply another light source on the side and keep it fairly soft. Probably needs a bit more work on the face too, actually. But this part is fairly done. Although it is still missing the stripe detail, so what I'm gonna do is where is that? Okay, here on this layer. So what I'll do is I'm going to be selecting with my lasso tool stripes. Trying to make sure there's somewhat even. And on here, this side might need more work actually. Let me redo this side. Brightness, contrast, constrain down, and just brighten it. Yes, have the side brighter. And I'm gonna kind of go into the layer mask and clean up some of these areas, make sure that they are kind of proper, and also making sure that they are following kind of the turn of the fabric. Do that. Once it's good, gonna create another layer, constrain it down, and this time we're gonna go ahead and start adding a bit of texture to the lighter part. It is a slightly shinier than the darker part, so we have to go in here to add a bit of that texture in. I'm just going to kind of casually go in and add more highlights. Shine. So this is already bright, so what I'll do is add shadow and a bit more highlights in here, and then over here bring a bit of the highlight. Like that. Shinier, and I can also go and select the blue color. I'm gonna use it. Go into hard brush, add a bit of the blue, or not. I checked and I'm not sure if it works very well. Anyways. Remove that. Now I'm gonna go in a little closer, make another layer, and just add a bit of gloss detail, smaller detail, and it's gonna go over all the area. And brighter part. There, now I think that works. I'm just going to lower the opacity for all of them and merge down, and yeah, there we have it. On top of that, I'm going to go ahead and brighten it a bit more. Maybe not this side, but the other side. And merge down. There we go. Wanna go ahead and finish this emote. I'm still not sure what I wanna put in the emote. Probably like a heart or something. Let's get her cute. Cute heart, and I'm going to make the color a little more intense. Let's make it smaller. Might need to make the heart a little more glowy. Same with the emote bubble. Just going to brighten underneath it. There. That looks a lot better. Alright guys, so I was trying to figure out kind of where to improve, how to improve the lighting. So I went ahead and, at least for the hair, I wanted to kind of be a little translucent. So I changed the lighting slightly. So instead of having, you know, the standard lighting coming from here, I tried to kind of test out how it would look if I had two kind of like rim light on both sides, similar to how there's intense lighting from the back, and then you can see a rim light around the silhouette of whatever is there. So that being the hair, that's what I kind of want to test out, but to be honest, I'm not so sure. So that's what I've been sort of contemplating. In addition to that, as well as the hair, I was kind of thinking about how I can improve it, because I'm not sure if I like this or not, and I attempted to add a bit of lighting towards the bottom of the hair because there's a bit of light source over here, so therefore there's going to be some lighting casted, reflecting off of the bottom of the bangs here and here logically when I think about it, but visually I'm not sure, so I'm gonna have to think it over, and this is where the hard part comes in for me sometimes, because now I have to think about, okay, what can I do to make it look good? This is the problem now. So I'm gonna kind of paint a little bit with you guys, and then I'm gonna do a little bit off camera, and then hopefully I'll get somewhere. Also, I blocked in her hat, kind of. I'm still not sure if I'm going to give her a hat because to be completely honest, I am not sure how to approach this. Maybe I'll just do kind of like that type of shape. But first, definitely, I will need to fix the hair and the face. The face needs more more rendering, that is for sure. And so does the hair. Let's just go with this for now, and let me see. Maybe I can kind of imply a bit of shadow like that. I'm gonna create another layer. We're gonna go into detail. I'm gonna also move her reference a little over. I'm gonna put it behind so that I can have her reference right there, so I can try to be as accurate as I can. Okay. So I'm gonna start by relining some of these areas because I want to sculpt out the basic outline and kind of where the separation is for her bangs and stuff. And I think I also need to show her sides a little. Maybe this will look a little better. I'm going to use a bit of a dull color here. Then her bangs on this side. Oh. Let me see here. I'm just going to line that. Let's go ahead and apply that a bit. And after I do that, I'm gonna have to move the ribbon, her hair ribbon, so that it is in the correct place. Like here. Oh my gosh, I didn't see this detail, but you can see the little bow tie there. I think I will try to do that as well. Give her a little bow tie. And then have her hair, let me go to the hair layer, and have her hair peek through a little, like this. She's got a pretty tiny ponytail though. I mean, pretty thin. So maybe that was the issue. Let's see how it would look if I made the ponytail a little thinner. And as well as going to the hair decor and refine this a bit more. I'm just going to reuse the color that I've already used on the hair. I'm just gonna bring that in a bit of grayish tone, since you know, this part of her is sort of mostly in shadow. I'm going to be sticking with a darker color. Okay, let's go with that. I'm going to then go back in, add some more little lace detail. Add some highlights near the edge. Okay. The reference is slightly distracting. I'm gonna have to move it a little. I think that looks better. So now that I kind of redid the side there, I can go ahead and try to blend it in a bit more. Start adding some more little details and a bit more shading. Okay, now for this part, there's several hair strands try to do that for her. Let's go ahead and shade that. And I'm gonna keep the highlight towards the bottom left side. I'm just looking here. Let's merge down. When it comes to anime style, I usually want to try to be as close as I can to the original, just because I'm not super used to the anime style, so try to kind of replicate the proportion, at least for the face, as much as I can, so that at least it will kind of look anime, because for me, I am not super used to it, and I think there's sometimes very hard for artists like myself who is not used to drawing anime to draw anime, because we're not used to the proportions, the style, or any of it. So in that case, I myself need to use proper reference for it, or it's not gonna work out too well. So oftentimes for all my anime pieces, I have some sort of reference for the face, most importantly, because the body, you know, I can just do my thing, but for the face, it's another story. The face is very important for me when I paint. The face is the most important, and then it's the body. That's where my priority lies. Let me just go ahead and line the little strand there. I think I got that. Now I'm going to go here. So once again, I'm gonna try to be pretty close to the exact shape on here. I'm gonna translate it into here. Okay, I'm just looking here and here. Actually, I noticed how her ear is a little bit below her eyes. Because inadvertently I kind of... Actually, yeah, this should be okay. Never mind. I was thinking something else, but then I realized, never mind. Change of thought. My thought didn't really go nowhere, so I'm canceling it. Let's go back to this side. So I'm looking here. Just gonna try to replicate kind of where the lines are going. And then it goes up here. And there's some shadow. Let me create another layer. I just want to make sure that if I F up, I can always erase that very easily if I have it on a separate layer. So I have to keep reminding myself to do that. Sometimes I forget. Put some shadow underneath. Same for this side. I'm gonna be as close as I can to this. Usually, you know, sometimes I would want to play around with design elements and stuff, but not this time. Let's go ahead and line her hair strands. And then I'm going to next darken that side because I want to keep the highlight towards the bottom. And same for here. So this part, you know, I kind of took the liberty of having I had one strand going this way, but as you can see, her bangs are pretty straight and there's no strands going that way where I had it. So, and also this strand is going this way. It's not really that big a deal, but I'm gonna try to be pretty nitpicky. Just gonna try to do my best to replicate the original hairstyle as close as I can. I'm going to apply the highlight towards the bottom here, and I'm just going to blend that in. I'm looking at the reference. There is a strand like that, and then it goes into like, actually this strand is pretty long. And then it goes like this, and then another strand. Going to do a separation here and another one here. Gonna go ahead and line this a bit more. This strand is gonna be here and more defined. Same with this strand. Kind of like here, and then I'm going to create a more, let me select this color right here, more obvious change in direction of the hair or how it's draped on the forehead. Going to bring the highlight all the way here and blending it together. I'm going to take the highlight and try to apply it near the end of the front bang and blend it in. So there's a bit of some texture going on, so I'm gonna add that in. And notice how there's some shadow there? It's to give the hair some shine. I'm gonna try to see if I should include it in my version or not, because sometimes the same technique using anime art, I try it in my piece and it doesn't work, so I'm just gonna try it out. It's not really, let's just say it's okay, but it's not the best. I'm gonna remove a bit of it. So now we're gonna do this side. Rotate that. So for this side, actually, let me merge this down. This middle bang is a little thinner actually. Let me just reduce the width of it, okay? Because we need room for all this. So now I'm going to use the lasso tool to help me block in what I need to block in for this side. Let me fill that in. And then I'm gonna slowly add in the strand detail. Let's go ahead and darken that, add highlight to there. So this needs to be a lot longer. If I'm looking at this, this is past her eyebrows for sure. And let me actually, should I? I'm going to move this strand over here. So now it looks a little better. Now that I've done that, let's go ahead and re-add some of the lighting here. And of course, I need to establish this chunk of hair. Gonna try to get a nice selection. Need to make sure to define this, so I'm gonna put a clear shadow underneath here. Add some guidelines to where the other strands are. Let's go ahead and add some long ones from all the way up there. Go ahead and add the highlight down here. And this side should be okay. I'm gonna go ahead and use the same color that they use. Let's go ahead and add a bit of shadow there. Some more shadow and some more. After I do that, I go back into layer on some highlights. And then we got the little hair strand. Stuck in that side, and then gonna add some highlight on this side. Okay, merge down. I'm gonna select this color again for the highlight. Have it go all the way down. Okay, now I'm gonna cut this part because I want to include a back here, like the other side. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, let me just think that should be okay, and then go back in here to paint the pole of the hair. Now once I have that, I'm going to go into the ribbon layer. And do the same thing pretty much. Let's give it a little ribbon here. And then going to the pigtails. I'm just going to make it a little thinner again. Oh, whoops. I might have some of her hair kind of on her shoulder or something, because otherwise we won't be able to see it too much. Just make it a little thinner. It's a bit more, it's kind of her her iconic look. I was tempted to make her hair a little bit thicker, well, her ponytail, but her design is pretty iconic. So, tiny ponytail it is. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna use a bit of the color from her hair on her ponytail. Let's have a look, see here what's going on here. Okay, it's just standard strands, which I can do without observing too closely. Maybe have one here. Let's add a bit of highlight. Go back to the hair decor layer, which is where I put the ribbons. So her ribbon is actually pretty poofy, or it's very thick. Actually, I'll do a under ribbon later. So this is the ribbon that is overlapping her hair. Just gonna get to refining it as much as I can. I'm gonna see, actually, should I actually make this part a little bit brighter? Oh, let's make it a little brighter. And kind of blend it in. Add a little highlight there. Okay, that should be good. Okay, so the hair and the ponytail and the ribbon is repositioned. I'm gonna go here and increase the saturation a bit. And just like the other side, let's go ahead and give a little highlight on the edge of the silhouette. Okay, now hopefully, yeah, that looks a lot more like her, which is what I want. Let me flip it, see how that really looks. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. I was kind of holding my breath. It's like every time you flip the canvas, I pray that there isn't gonna be anything too awkward. Because sometimes I can't really tell if there's anything wrong if I work on one side way too much. But I think, yeah, this is even. Still, the hair could use more work. Like, I can go in more and kind of blend it out a bit more and stuff. You can refine it as much as you want. This side needs more work, I think. Let me go ahead and extend the purple shade in here, up here, and on this side as well. Let me take a look here. So she's got a bit of skin tone. I'm just gonna add the skin tone And of course I need to contour it, or otherwise it won't be obvious that there's a gradient going on. It'll just look like it's blended into the skin tone. So I'm gonna leave like a border. And after that, I'm just going to refine it a bit more. There. And make it nice and sharp. Okay. And now, I'm thinking I'm going to add a bit more highlight here too. I'm just going to blend it in. Same for up here. I'm going to use a bit of the blue and emphasize the bangs up here. I'm gonna put a bit of that color, the blue color. Hopefully it works out. I might have to reduce it a little. Okay, let's merge down. I'm going to... whoa! Okay, I guess Photoshop think this is not intense enough. Let's go hue saturation, turn down the saturation. So this is the optimal amount of saturation for her hair based on what Photoshop thinks. Okay, still is a little bit rough. Can definitely blend it out a bit more. I'm gonna even add additional highlight. So I'm going to try to add that in. Just gonna graze it. And then add the texture. Even down here, let's go ahead and add some. I'm gonna use this brush. It's kind of like a bristle brush, and it's one of my most used brushes after the standard round brush, which I use 90% of the time. This is usually just for hair because it has a bristle texture. I'm just kind of trying to refine the hair a bit. Let's go ahead and constrain it down, and then go here. I'm gonna darken overall. Let's darken the map here, the mask, so nothing shows through, and then go in, manually paint shadow. Just kind of putting a bit more shadow in areas where I think needs it. Put a bit here. guess we can go with that. Okay, let's go with that for now and then work on the face. So still not sure which direction I'm going with. So all the elements that is kind of indicative of where she's facing exactly, I'm gonna leave till the very end. Actually, I'm gonna try to add a bit of shadow here. And kind of want to see what it would look like if added a bit of blue. Let's add blue on top. Add some more blue on the side. Towards the bottom. No, not towards the bottom. Create another layer. Soft light this time. Let's go for a nice bright color. Keeping this highlight towards the bottom. Let's lower the opacity. Go into hair decor. Gonna do the same thing, overlay. Let's add a bit of bright color. And then go into the pigtails. Oh wow, that's kind of cool actually. It's supposed to be bluish, or actually supposed to be this color. And I will need to kind of highlight the edge of that ponytail so that it doesn't get lost, and I will need to do the same there as well. But before that, I want to see. Okay, that's not bad. I can do that. Bring the highlight all the way in till here. Clean this up. As for this side, let's go ahead and just use the highlight like that, and then select the hair decor, copy, bring it down, paste. So this is gonna be the other side of the ribbon, pretend that it is. I'm just going to slightly alter just the direction of it so it looks not as copy pasted. Like that, and then this side. Let's go ahead and that. I guess not. I shouldn't make it too obvious. Needs to go up a bit. Okay. Anyways, that's that. Go back here, create another layer, constrain it down, and then contour the side of the hair. back to the ponytail layer. Let's see, auto contrast it, auto fade, it's a bit too intense. Remove that intensity a little. Okay, I think the hair looks better. Remove the reference. So this is before, after. So the hair is definitely a lot more like the character now. Yeah. See? Oh. Before, after. Okay. Alright guys. I'm going to let's work on the face a little. I'm not looking forward to this. Okay. Create another layer. Constrain it down. Let me rename this. I'm keeping all the filter on the hair for now in case I want to undo some of it. But yeah, let's get to the face, and I'm just going to bring this in so I can see her face at all times while working on this. Go back to the face layer. Actually, you know what? Different non-constraint layer. Okay, so for the ears, I'm gonna have to put a bit of the dull color on the ear just because the hair is quite dull. So just kind of continue that trend all the way throughout her face or head region. Go ahead and outline a bit of highlight. I'm going for a bright color. And in here, let's go for an intense red. And as for the side of the face, I'm actually not sure, so I'm just kind of testing it out a bit. So we got the highlights under the hair, which means that the shadow will be reflected upwards, kind of. I'm just going to try to blend that in. Gonna try to add some soft shadow underneath the hair. The main shadow is up here, but down here we can add a tiny bit of that ambient shadow. Bring this onto the nose. Add the line and the nostril. Trying to be as light as I can because she's not supposed to have nostril, so gotta keep it just to stay as close as I can to the anime style, trying not to paint the nose too obvious. Let me go ahead and I wonder if it will work. Add some highlights. I'm going to go ahead and adjust the hair shadow. There. And then just go all the way up here, lighting wise. Down here, I'm going to softly brighten this area. I'm gonna only have 2 hair shadow. blend the shadow out using the airbrush. Oh. Adding a bit of ambient shadow underneath the hair on the side. Let's go for a bit of blush. All right. Just going to structure her eyebrows, get it as close as to the original, and also looking at the shape of the eyes. Needs to be more angled upward, I think. Some eyelashes. So for the eyes, let's see if I can put a bit of that in here. So copy, paste that side. Just gonna make that a little brighter, lock it down. I'm going to go into color, and there's a bit of orange, so let's go ahead and color mode, bit of orange. So I'm going to have both eyes be red for now and then change it later. Actually, let me erase a bit of that. There's 2 dots on the side, so let me just do that as well and see how that looks. And then that one is only on this side. Just gonna add the I don't think it works too well with my style. I might have to kind of edit that out. Just remove a bit of that. Use a bit of purple. Graze the top. And I noticed that she has a bit more white space in the eyes, so just gonna reduce the pupil size. Well, at least she's looking at us, but I don't know how. Might be a little lopsided. Let me remove. Okay. I'm going to move this pupil over a bit so it doesn't feel like she's cross-eyed. Going to add a bit of yellow under, and then blue on top. Keeping it fairly light. Gonna go ahead and line the eyelid. Make it a little lighter there. Fix the shadow here, so I'm gonna try to stick to stand out a bit more by adding other light around it. As for the head shape or jawline, I'm going to line it. I'm trying to reduce the width. I'm just going to mask this and sort of remove a bit of the jawline. Because our jawline is a little bit, thinner on the side. The forehead is a little bigger, so I've got to make sure to translate. Line under the eyes. Rotate it a bit so that I can tell if something is off. From that point, it's just about refining the eyes. But it's gonna be a little tough, to be honest, because I don't want to make it too sharp. I mean, the changes, that is. The eyebrows might be a bit too arched up. Bring this one down. Well, the thing with this is, at least I can keep the upper eyelashes super thick. I think I need a bit more hair strands here. Probably need to make this area a little thinner, actually. Bring it. Bring it in a bit. It's a little shorter. Yeah, I think that's it. To edit the side too and make it a little less curved. Maybe like that. Or even I might need to make it a little straighter. Gonna blend the cheeks. And this is where I'm going to take the old eyes, put it on the new eye, warp it a little, because I want to get it in between of before and after. Yeah, kind of like the old eye a little better. And I can just have a little bit of the new eyes. And then copy the eyes. Copy, and I'm going to play around with it. Drag it up. Drag it up so it kind of looks a little more like her original design, where her eyes is tilted upwards a bit more than downward. Let me go ahead and kind of clean that up as well. To select, this part needs to be a little darker. That's more or less it. I'm going to make the nose a bit smaller. Kind of like her nose. And then even out the mouth. Let me see if I can borrow a bit of the color. Might be a bit too light for this. Definitely needs to be just a little darker. Let's use the hair color and the comb. Actually, let's go ahead and darken that area. Also has a bit of a tiny bit of canine teeth. It's not super protrusive. It will look just a tiny bit. Try to, this is the eye, merge it down, tilt this downward like that. Okay. And just that part. Just gonna change the color now till I get a color that I like. For this phase, I'm looking at the smaller preview because I really can't tell zoomed in like this. Okay, and let's do another one here. Hue saturation, make it brighter, and can test out different colors. I think I'll go with blue. Move it slightly. And I'm gonna go in here and apply a bit of her eyelashes, casting over the highlight. Go back into the eyelashes. Just gonna work on them a bit more. Merge down. Let's go soft light. Gonna add a bit of low towards the bottom of the eyes. And then I'm gonna darken that part. Erase the top portion. So this is kind of how I layer. There's multiple layers of effects in the eyes. Just because this is more of a more rendered out, so there's no room to do something. Let's just say I cannot do the same design on here and it looking like it fits. So in this case, my only solution is just to layer in the eyes until it starts looking glossy and anime-like. But yeah. Just line the eyes and then the eyebrows. I think it's getting there. Let's see if I can add a bit of gloss on the lips. Sometimes when you add gloss on the lips, it looks weird. Let me add a bit more pink tones. Sometimes it just doesn't look good with the anime style. Let me copy the mouth. Copy, and I'm gonna work it. Just trying to figure out if like what kind of shape is I'm trying to figure out. This is the issue with my issue with anime mouth because I'm not used to painting it. Trying to make it work sometimes is I know the general way to shade it, but also facial expressions. Definitely not good at that. Alright guys, so I went ahead and did some changes. For the mouth, I didn't really change that much. I just kind of made it a little bit squeezed in so she can make like an O face. Or yeah, with the O expression. And add a bit more shadow inside the eyes as well. And made the eyebrows go up a little and add a bit more blush, which I think probably add a bit more later. Because she's got a lot of blush. Well, not a lot, but enough. So I wanted to emphasize on that. So I think I'll go with this expression for now. And let's attempt to paint the hat. I am not, again, not really looking forward to this. Let's create another layer. I might just kind of not put the hat in there if I don't like how it looks. So So, let's see. Okay. I'm looking at here and trying to figure out how to put the hat in. Let me go ahead and fill that in. Okay, that's not too bad, but still. Not a big fan of painting hats. Maybe I should just have her not wear the hat, but she's very... her hat is pretty iconic, so... I'm not sure. Maybe let me flip this. I guess I could have the hat as an extra option. This does not look like it. I think the hat needs to be lower. Let me go ahead and add the red part. I'm gonna go ahead and paint the lighting for the hat. I'm just trying to line up where everything's supposed to go. Clean up the hat shape. Go ahead with the dark color. And we're gonna have a highlight towards the bottom area. And highlight towards the top. And I'm just going to blend it all in. It's supposed to be a smooth fabric, so let's go ahead and tuck this and blend this out. Needs to be wider. Okay, I need to look at the reference a little closely, a little closer. Her hat is actually quite tall, so let's make the hat a bit bigger. Just bring it up a bit. this part is too close. Her side bang is a bit too curly. It needs to be straighter. Like that. And of course, if I do that, I have to let me go ahead and change the shading for the shadow. Bring it over a bit. There we go. Put back the hat. I'm gonna make another layer real quick. Call it multiply. I mean, it will be the shadow for the hat. I just kind of want to know in general how it's gonna look. Actually, I'm going to move this over and then move the ponytail over. Oh. The hat is making me realize that the hair needs to be a little bit further away from the head. From the head. Let's move this over as well. Okay, now put the hat on. Wait, hold on. A bit of the hair tie should be showing. I'm just gonna see how this looks. Go ahead and add a bit of highlight there. And she's got a bandana-ish here. Just gonna put that there. I just want to see how that looks. Yeah, I think it looks better without the hat. At least in my style. Let me move the head down. I think I might need to make the neck a bit thinner too. Oh, for some reason I just don't feel it looks good like this. The face might need to be much bigger. But yeah, I think I won't include the hat. even like this, something is off. I don't know what. Let me try to make the head bigger. And also I need to shade the neck properly. Let me see how that looks. Yeah, I'm not sure. I need to figure it out. It's probably the face. What if I copy paste, make the face a little bigger? I'm gonna make the head bigger again. Move it a bit. Go back here. Let me line the neck or contour it. Okay, this works a little better. And then I'm going to again make the neck thinner. Yeah, I think that looks better. Now it's more of a, looks more anime. Let me flip it. I think the head needs to be bigger, even a bit more bigger. Before that, I would like to line the jawline here. Actually, it needs to be a little thinner. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and make the head a bit bigger. Okay, I think that's better sizing wise. go into hair decor. Let me reposition her hair tie. Pigtails. Might need to fix that part a bit later. But yeah, I think that should be it. And also we need a rim light on the ear, on the face, so that it's clear, the shape. Maybe not that extended down. Oops, maybe that. Anyhow, I'm not super sure. I think that will be that. Let's go to emote. Make it a little brighter. Okay, I guess I'll end it here. I do wanna do some more work off camera just to make it a little better. I might bring you guys and explain what I've done once I feel like I improved on this piece, but just know the struggle is real for this piece. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I will see you guys in the next voiceover. Oh, actually, maybe, you know what, this doesn't look half bad. Rotate it a bit. Yeah, I mean, that kind of works. And then I can have the fluff for the hat on the back. I think that's gonna kind of look like her. Still, I might keep or might not keep the hat. But anyways, I will see you guys in the next voiceover. Have a great day or night, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye guys.